that'd be great. I think we did. Thank you so much.
Brass players, do you want any piano or anything in these wedges that you can hear? You're comfortable? Let's keep it simple. Yeah.
in the 70s, we got together with originally Dave Levy and Ken James and formed The Last Straw, which was one of the more important bands of the modern movement during the period from about 74, especially through the late 70s. There were a lot of other groups at the time, the Jazz Co-op, and a lot of experimenting going on. A very exciting period, one of the great periods of contemporary jazz in Australia, I think. There were a lot of happenings, a lot of wild happenings. We used to play at the Basement early in the week. They had a policy there for more experimental groups, and I remember Jay Lane had his History of Jazz group on there one night, which ended in somewhat of a riot with people running across tables and people screaming and running everywhere. I think at the end of the night, Jay Lane was only up to 1942.
Capricornia, name of the song, written by a man swinging his fan on the town. I see the guy coming down the street with a horn, going down to the old Rocco, where the cats all wait to take the gate straight. Wait for the men, gonna come around with that horn. Gonna blow your mind, go be, gonna swing you out of your mind. I ain't mad at you, pretty baby, you don't be mad at me. Give us the who you go, give me a do.
Here tonight with 10-part Invention. You're listening to James Greening on trombone, Miroslav Bukowski, trumpet flugelhorn, Warwick Alder, trumpet flugelhorn, John Pochée, drums, Steve Elphick, double bass, Roger Frampton. We're not sure, I'm not going to limit Roger, but Roger will be doing a lot of things. He'll be there. Trevor Griffin, alto, baritone saxophone. Bernie McGann on alto. Ken James, soprano saxophone, tenor saxophone. Sandy Evans, tenor saxophone, flute, soprano saxophone.
was sneaking into jazz clubs from when I was 11, disguising myself a little bit and borrowing a pair of my sister's slacks and putting an overcoat on and saying I was a teenager and getting in to hear live jazz.
You had a dark, secluded atmosphere with 80 people there that were really there to hear you playing.
Well, I'd been playing with Bernie McGann at various times since probably late 1956. Bernie McGann was quite a controversial figure even then because he had a different way of playing, and his playing was changing all the time, and he had a different tone and just a different way of improvising.
Some of the early exponents of modern jazz in Sydney had formed a kind of latter-day Dadaist movement, a kind of bodgy Dada.
It's a fish.
Prominent among them was the legendary Sydney Bird.
I was in the Musicians Club one night there, and the Sydney Bird, Albert Meader, he was playing there, and halfway through the piece he decided he didn't like something or other, so he just pulled the clarinet into little pieces and threw all the pieces in the air, and they all landed amongst the dancers, and the dancers all got down their hands and knees and picked up all the pieces and came back and handed them to the Bird, and the Bird's always a very polite man. He was very grateful, and he got all the pieces and everything, and as soon as he had them all and he thanked them sufficiently, then he threw it all up in the air again. He was a crazy character.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've all been invited to the final concert, the final farewell of Mr. John Kenneth Pochée, OAM. His list of achievements reads, John made a huge contribution to the Australian music throughout his long and celebrated career, touring Australian music across the globe with our greatest jazz artists. A self-taught drummer, John was unique in playing left-handed on a right-handed drum kit. He played, recorded, and toured internationally with The Last Straw, the Judy Bailey Quartet, the Engine Room, 10-part intervention, that'll be 10-part invention. Just thought I'd throw that in just to see if you all listen to me. And Bernie McGann's ensembles. John was a 5-time ARIA Award winner, a 5-time Mo Award winner. He took out the best band at the Leningrad Jazz Festival in Russia, where he toured twice with the Engine Room and The Last Straw. He was the only Australian musician to be invited to the Chicago Jazz Festival, where he performed alongside global jazz giants over 2 epic festivals. He played for royalty in Bangkok with the 10-part Invention before taking it to the USA, showcasing Australian composition with performances throughout Canada, Asia, Europe, and New Zealand. John received the Graham Bell Hall of Fame's Career Achievement Award in 2006. In 2014, John was awarded the OAM for his contribution to the arts as a jazz musician. And in 2017, was awarded the APRA AMCOS Award for Distinguished Services to Australian Music 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please be upstanding and a warm welcome for Mr. John Pochée. Those words I read out were from the Sydney Improvised Music Association's press release. Please be seated. John will take centre stage for the last time today. I'd like to welcome you all. My name's Paul Young and I'm a celebrant. For myself, from all of us at Joseph Medcalf Funerals, we'd like to offer our condolences to John's family and many, many friends. I know there are many of you watching overseas and within Australia, and I'd like to welcome you and thank you very much for your love and your support from a distance and being here for the celebration of John's life. You know, there are no words of comfort that we can offer to you, but you have memories, wonderful, wonderful memories to get you through these very, very trying times at the moment. And to share some of those memories today and to start the tributes off, I'd like to ask John's sister Shirley to please come forward.
Thank you all for coming. Very big crowd. Oh, thank you for coming. It's lovely to see all the old familiar faces around. I'm sure John would be very pleased. John was born in the front bedroom of our house at 30 Robert Street, Ashfield, on the 21st of September 1940. When I was 4.5 years old, I was in the second bedroom and I was crying my eyes out because my mother was screaming and I thought they were hurting her. I didn't know what was happening and my grandmother was consoling me in my room. The doctor arrived in his golf clothes after being called out suddenly. And then I heard crying and I was called in to see this 9-pound howling baby who was about to change my life. I remember as he got older, probably aged about 4, he reacted to music on the big radio we had in those days. And I particularly remember Flight of the Bumblebee, really excited John. And I was reminded of this recently. I was at a town hall concert and Bernard Waltz played it. And John would move from side to side to the music. Only a little fella, but he really loved that tune. And Dad would turn the radio up to make us all laugh. He was so funny. I thought he was going to be a trumpeter because he'd make funny noises with his mouth. He was always interested in sport as he got older, and he was always busy. He was ball boy at the tennis at Pratton Park, Ashfield, and I think he volunteered at the football too. We moved to Hurlston Park when he was 13 or 14, and he was always busy. He got a job as a lolly boy at the picture show, and as they were known then, and he also got a job as a paper boy, walking around blowing a whistle on the streets, selling papers. We loved animals, and we had a dog, a cat, a cockatoo, a rabbit, and a tortoise. Dad got a sheep to keep the grass down, and we called him Woolly. One day he got out the gate onto Holden Street, very busy road, Holden Street, Ashfield, and John was sent to get Woolly home, and there was a bus coming, and Woolly would not move. And the bus stopped, and all the people were hanging out of the bus, and John's there having a tug-of-war with the sheep. I've never forgotten that, because he's got a story about me with the goat, so I'm just getting back on him. It was a big gap in our ages as we were getting older, and I was doing my thing and he was doing his thing. So I didn't know what he was up to half the time, and my mother always encouraged him with American music. You know, he used to sit there hitting phone books with a couple of sticks. She must have bought him a couple of drumsticks, and he was always banging away on the phone books. and listening to American bands that Mum had bought the records for him to listen to. So he was a great listener to music. And she'd take me dancing when my father was working at night. He was an undertaker, so he worked at night, and he was embalming bodies, and we were all playing up. He didn't know half of what was going on. And my brother, I didn't know that he was going in to listen to jazz, wearing my slacks and his overcoat, pretending he was a teenager. Anyway, I suppose I was a bit of an influence too, because I was always listening to music. There were a lot of jazz programs on the radio in those days. And I went to Rumpus Room with Howard Craven. Some of you older folk will remember Rumpus Room. And I regularly went there because it was in Bligh Street, and I worked on the corner of Elizabeth Street and Hunter Street. So I was regularly on there commenting on the records. Howard Craven would come around with the microphone. And Les Welch heard me. I was talking about Nellie Lutcher. And he heard me, and he gave me a call on the radio. And actually, I went to a few of Les's gigs, and we remained friends till Les died. He always rang me at Christmas. So that was really a lovely relationship. Yeah, so what else did we do? Oh, I used to go on Platterbucks too. So John was exposed to my music, but then when he got older, he took me to hear his music. But then he left school early and started work as a cadet sports writer on the Daily Mirror, I think it was. And when a photo of him appeared in the newspaper with a bunch of girls around him, he was wearing a bow tie, only 16, and the boss said to him, "Do you want to be a journalist or do you want to be a musician?" And John said, "A musician." So that was the end of that career. He finished. He got the sack. He left home and went to Melbourne and was working at the Fat Black Pussycat and other jazz venues. And he'd come home and do gigs in Sydney. So he got around a lot. But my father was really quite nasty to him. He kept saying, "When are you going to get a real job?" But thinking about that, John, when my father died, John went to pick up the car from where he worked, because he died suddenly, and in the glove box was an article about John. So John was very, quite chuffed about that. Then he met Yana, and he went to work on the Gold Coast, and she was really keen on him. And I said, "Oh, well, if you're that keen on him, you better go up to the Gold Coast," which she did. And they ended up getting married. They came back in he came back in 1971, and they planned their wedding at King's Cross with Norm Erskine as best man. So that was a funny wedding. I think my father was quite shocked at it all, but a year later they had a daughter named Lani, and then I went overseas, and on my return in 1975, John said to me, "Why don't you come to the Musicians Club picnic and you can look after Lani," because I was quite wrapped in this little girl. And so I went along to the picnic, and that's where I met Lee Bagwell, who was later, he later became my husband. So at the picnic, they started off having races for the kids, and the first race was they were about 9 or 10, and then they asked for the 8-year-olds or something, and 7. And Lani got very impatient, this little girl, 3 years old. She ran in with the big kids. She couldn't wait for her age to come up, and Lee Bagwell gave her a coin. I don't remember if it was 20 cents or 50 cents or what it was, but he loved kids. And then he got his eyes on me. So that was the beginning of another relationship. Yeah, John married three times. The first one to Yana ended because of his constant travelling. He was always overseas, and, you know, it's lonely for a wife sitting at home. The second one was to Janet Seidel, a pianist singer who you've probably all heard of, and she was singing in Adelaide in a hotel, and John rang me and he said, "Oh, this girl is beautiful and she's a lovely singer." He said, "Oh, I'm really keen on her. I'm coming back to Adelaide." Anyway, he married Janet. He came back to Sydney and they got married in Adelaide. And what I was going to say about that. Yeah, but that was another breakup due to him travelling overseas. Yeah, so the first two marriages didn't work out because of loneliness, and he was always overseas. So then he travelled with the Four Kinsmen for 15 years, and they won about 6 arias before John left to form his own bands, plural, and soon won many awards of his own. He was very pleased about that. He led the band at Checkers and rang Chuck Yates in Victoria, Chuck Yates, a pianist, to come up and join the band, backing top acts that Checkers was putting on, like Cilla Black. I couldn't remember all the names. Cilla Black and Frances Faye stood out in my mind. And Frances Faye, she asked the boys to come in and rehearse one day. She wanted to put something new in the act. And Chuck was always immaculately dressed in his tuxedo and black bow tie. And she said, "Can you come in tomorrow and rehearse?" So Chuck got up and thought, as you probably, most of you know, Chuck's only got one leg. He lost his leg when he was more or less a baby. So Chuck gets tired of dressing up his leg, you know, with the tuxedo. He's got to put on his black socks and his black shoes and that. And it's quite painful for him. So he just went in his jeans, and Frances Faye looked at him and she said, "Chuck, what happened to your leg?" And he said, "I lost it last night in a card game." But I think Chuck had a different story for everyone who asked. Yeah, they were great mates. So Shirley Bassey, she came out and she loved John backing her. And she came out about 6 times, I think, and she'd always ask for John. Her manager would always ring John and say, "Will you do another tour with us?" So they did about 6 tours. And when he was in a coma, I whispered to him, "I heard Shirley Bassey's coming back. You better get up because manager's going to ring you and ask you to play." But he didn't flinch, poor darling. Yeah, he formed The Last Straw, The Engine Room, and his big love, 10-part Invention. He and his bands continued to win many awards and were popular, making a name. He was making quite a name for himself. His mother was always his devoted fan. She went to all his gigs, and he took her between marriages to receive his awards. He adored his mother and she adored him. They were very, very close. And after she died, Lee Bagwell and I would go to his gigs, and we'd back him up all the time. Yeah, and John and I became closer after Mum died. He always called me from overseas when he was there and told me what was happening. And I used to stay in his flat at Coogee when he was away because I loved the beach. It was funny, John being right on the beach, because he hated the water and the sand and the sun. He liked nightlife. Yeah, so the closer we became in our later years, I'd say the last 20 years he would call me at least once a day. He would get impatient if I wasn't home and would sometimes leave 3 messages. Where are you? It's your brother. What are you doing? And I've still got him on my answer phone, so I'll be able to play that. There's lots more to tell, and I'll leave it to others to talk about his musical career and his travels. And yeah, I'd just like to say goodbye, John. I'm going to miss your daily phone calls, giving me your health reports. Yeah, but I take great comfort in knowing he's not suffering anymore. He's at peace now. And it was a lovely ending with Steve Elphick playing bass as he passed away and his wife singing softly. So you couldn't have anything better than that. Thank you, everyone.
So when John's sister was talking about his wives, he forgot to mention Shirley. So I'm going to ask you, Shirley, to come forward, please, and tell us your stories.
Thanks, Shirley. Thank you. Yes. Are we on? We're on. Okay, yes. When I came over in 98, for the second time in Sydney, because I was over in Sydney in the 60s, 68, 69, 68, we came over. And that's when I first met John, but most of the people here didn't know that I already knew John. And so when I appeared on the scene as the Secretary of the Musicians' Union, they were wondering who this blonde woman was that John was taking everywhere. So when I first met him, I was 17 and completely charmed by John the first time I met him. My brother is also John, so we've got a John and a Shirley, and they've got a John and a Shirley, and it was your John or my John. But my brother John Reid and I sang together as the Same Day Twins, and had just signed a publishing and management contract with the Robert Stigwood organisation. This is 68. Franz Condi was head of RSO affairs in Australia and was appointed our manager. He was also a TV producer and had just had the pilot for the club show accepted and approved on Channel 7, a Saturday night variety show. So we appeared quite regularly on that and other TV shows because other agents wanted to get their artists on the club show. So, and Freddie Hampton was a part of his stable of artists, and Freddie was I don't know if you remember Freddie Hampton, but he played a big part in my brother and my life. As a mentor, he introduced us to his musical family, and John Pochée was in the roll movement with Freddie Hampton, Bernie McGann, Alex Jackson, Freddie Payne, Graham Conlon, and Bill Twyman. You know, they were all part of the musical family that we first met when we came over from Perth. and France was about to produce a show, the Easy Beat special for Channel 7, and he asked my brother and I and Freddie Hampton to put a band together to be part of the show. And that band was called The Children of Tomorrow, and it's in the photo thing with all red shirts and white pants. Yeah. And John was in that band. So we had Freddie Hampton and myself out the front with Pochée. I didn't really know John as John. I knew him as Pochée. Everybody called him Pochée. So I didn't know his first name for a long time. So Pochée on drums, Twyman on bass, Paul Baker on guitar, and my brother on rhythm guitar. That was The Children of Tomorrow. We rehearsed, and Pochée was suggesting songs for me to do. He was really helpful and cheerful. He was always energetic and smiling, and he was the party boy. And I was just smitten with him. The Same Day Twins did lots of TV, and I was on Celebrity Blind Date as the date. And the prize was a date with me at Checkers nightclub, where John was the band leader at the time, backing all the international acts. So I was pleased when my date got picked up at, he was 17, I was only 17, got picked up after the dinner and show by his father outside. So I could hang out with John. But that was when Shirley mentioned her, I can't think of her name now, but she was the guest that night. No, Cilla Black. Yeah, Cilla Black. Yeah, yeah. And John was also the personal drummer, right, for 6 Australian and New Zealand tours with Shirley Bassey, and was in Brisbane with her when the Same Day Twins were doing the Brisbane circuit. That's Cloudland Ballroom and the Lands Office Hotel and Bicky's nightclub in Surfers. It was a whole circuit. We had a driver that picked us up and took us around from gig to gig. And we'd just finished our last floor show and were sitting at a patron's table who invited us for a drink. Pochée walked over and leaned down and whispered in my ear, "Travelodge 301. And then greeted everybody with his usual smile. Sweet. He could charm anybody just by looking at them, really. I couldn't believe it. I thought all my Christmases had come at once. After he had gone, I waited a while. It was probably at least 5 minutes. And then I excused myself, telling my brother I wanted to wash my hair and I'd see him tomorrow. And then I caught a taxi to the Travelodge. That night was my only encounter with him. And he was very popular with beautiful women. And at 17 years of age, I felt like I was a girl. So nevertheless, I held a torch for him for a long, long time. Touring sent us in different directions, and we both married and had families. We met up again in Sydney when I came over as elected Secretary of the Musicians' Union, and that was in 1998. He came into the union to photocopy some music, and I was looking for somewhere to live because my friend in Killara, that was a bit far away from Redfern at the time, so they were selling the house and moving to Brisbane. And so I had to find a flat, and I was looking around, and I said to John, I don't even know where Glebe is. There's a place in Glebe that I want to look at. He said, I'll take you there. So he drove me to this little flat, and it's an attic flat, and I rented it. And I moved into it and invited him to dinner, and he took me to some gigs, and some of the gigs he took me to, he wasn't playing, but some of his band members were playing. James, you remember? And we sat at the back, and he said, "We've got to be cool because my band members are, in the band." I went, "Yeah, okay." So we sat up the back on stools, and then he leaned over and kissed me, and we just about fell off the stools. It was, yeah. Yeah, so, and I hadn't seen 10 Part at that point either. And then he took me to the Harbourside Brasserie, I think it was. It's the first time I saw them. I thought, oh, I'm in. Here's a band with no singer, you know. And I thought, great, you know. And I thought, great, you know, and he's the band leader, I'm in. And I heard 10 Part for the first time and just went, just shut up, Shirley. Just sit and listen and you'll learn something, because there's no way I could match, come anywhere near like, you know, yeah, dreaming. So, yeah, that was amazing. I just loved 10 Part. I loved every time I heard them, I heard different lines all crossing and everything. And I'm looking forward to hearing them again tonight. So that was 98 when I came over, and 1998, and in 2001 we got married. So I got him when he was older and a bit broken, but it was an absolute honour and pleasure to look after him. I've known him for so long, and no matter what he said, I wouldn't leave. Told me a few times to leave, but I wouldn't leave. And I'm happy he went peacefully in his sleep. We used to say that, I want to go peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, not cursing and screaming like the other passengers in his car. So, you know, and for a minute he opened his one eye and looked at us, and we all said our goodbyes. And, well, Shirley and I did. He looked at us with one eye, left eye. And then Lani came around to the bed and she said, "Hi, Dad, it's Lani, I love you." And he had the ventilator tube down his throat and he couldn't talk, but it looked like he wanted to say, "I love you back." And I said, "He loves you so much, Lani." And then he lifted his right hand and put it up on Lani's hands, and she rubbed his hands in her, cupped his hand in her hands and told him she loved him, and it was just so beautiful. And Steve Elphick was playing his double bass, and it was a perfect ending for John, really. And this, I'm so happy that you're all here, and everybody who meant a lot to him and me, that you're here to celebrate and say goodbye. So thank you. I will talk to you all later. Thank you.
You know, I was sitting down just listening to what was just said. We've got 3 more speakers before we leave the building today, but, you know, some of the names that were dropped, some of those classic names, you know, the 4 Kinsmen, the Cilla Black, Shirley Bassey. You know, some people rave about the fact that they've gone to a Shirley Bassey concert. This man actually got to sit there right behind and watch personally how he could just talk to her, arrange music with her. It's a wonderful legacy this man leaves behind. It's something that all of us, I would say most of us in this room, 99% of us, would dream about. John lived it all of his life, from the time he was a copy boy at, I'm told it was the Sun, but it could have been the Mirror, but either one of those two. But he got sacked for having too many girls around him and wanting to be a muso. I mean, that was probably back in the day when being a muso was, you know, you weren't making very much money. Now you've only got to put out one song and you're a multi-millionaire. And it doesn't even have to be good. So now to share with us some of those stories from his music, I'd like to invite you, Mr. David Levy, to please come forward. there is no way to really understand that.
Well, this is a bit of a surprise, isn't it? I was asked to speak. That was a surprise for a start. So I've made a few notes, and being closer to 90 than 80, I may get a few things slightly out of order or possibly a little confused, I don't know. One of the things I had was to listen to John and his bands. The Last Straw, 10-part Invention, The Engine Room, Space Cadets. They didn't seem to get a mention. That was the last one that I think he was part of with the new up-and-coming young guys. So John spanned a lot of people, but no one mentioned the Dave Levy Trio. Yeah. Thank you. There's a reason for that. Maybe two. I first met John via national service, which when I was 19, I was one of the people that said, yes, I'll go into the Air Force for 6 months. And I met a guy in there called Joe Payne, who was a guitarist, but he was a reporter at the Sydney Sun. That's a newspaper, by the way, for those people who don't know what a newspaper is, and I'm sure there's a few youngies here that don't know what a newspaper is or don't know that we used to have a Mirror and a Sun, and they did more than one edition in the afternoons. And if there was a really late thing, they had a column at the back called Stop Press. I never made it. But I met John when I came out of the National Service. I got invited to the Sun office because of Joe Payne, the guitarist reporter. He was a crime reporter. And I was 19, and there was John, a copy boy at 15, so he possibly worked for both papers. Because I didn't know, I can't remember the Mirror, but I know I saw him at the Sun. But so I met him when I was 15. He was a copy. When he was 15, I was 19, at the Sydney Sun newspaper. It was about, 19, so that'll pretty close to it anyway. There were some other reporters there called John Burrell and a guy called Johnny Wallace. John Burrell was a singer who later on became quite famous on TV as a singer, as Sinatra stuff, but also later on he became a bit of a pop vocalist as well. Not the pop we know now, but the pop of the late 50s. And Johnny Wallace played the drums, and I think John was probably, he wasn't quite self-taught. He had a series of lessons with a guy nicknamed the Butterfly called Don Osborne. Don was apparently quite a good teacher, and a lot of people don't realise that the driving mad force that John played with in so many bands, he was also an excellent brushes player. He played really subtle, beautiful gig brushes. And I was very pleased in the trio because we could do the two colours quite a lot. But what we started doing quite early before I got to play anything, because I went into national service as a boogie-woogie and ragtime. Well, I knew one rag. It's called the Black and White Rag. You possibly all know that one as a Graham Bell special. And John and I got to know each other, and he was quite bemused at Johnny Wallace in this band called Johnny B, John Burrell, Johnny B and the Three, which was Joe Payne, John Wallace and I. I was the only non-reporter, by the way. I'm trying to make up for it now. John used to play Giddy Up a Ding Dong and was chuffed beyond belief if he broke sticks. That bemused myself, and it certainly bemused John Pochée, who I can't ever remember breaking a stick in his life. And he was a pretty aggressive drummer, as you possibly know. If you don't, well, you'll find out and watch him. Just watch him play. The intensity was terrific. So he said to Johnny Wallace, "John, everything's in unison." And John said, Johnny Wallace said, "Yeah, I'm working on playing in unison." And John said, I thought you were supposed to play independencies, which of course was the correct way to play the drums, hands and feet all over. Now John, who was also quite unorthodox in a lot of ways, because as they said, he played left hand, right foot, which caused a few problems when he sat in, because they used to have to rearrange the cymbals because he liked it out there, and that was the other one. And then they went back again, so there was always delays at the start and end of the sitting in, which was quite funny. But John and I were listening to very old standard records, and there was his first influence by my book, and I'll bet money I'm right, was a standard 78 of a band called Joe Daniels and his Hot Shots. And Joe Daniels played In the Shade of the Old Apple Tree. Great old standard. But he played a drum solo in it. And we were hugely impressed, and John was especially, because he was a drummer and he was, solo, that's pretty good. And we went from there. The next stage we went through was listening to Dave Brubeck's band, which had a guy called Joe Dodge on drums at the time, the early band. And we listened to that, and being influenced by it, we used to go to the El Rocco jazz cellar up in King's Cross on Sunday nights. They had the one night a week band. It was actually a mainstream band, but Don Burrows was playing in a band by drummer Ralph Stock. And John and I used to sit there goggle-eyed at the whole thing. And then one of the bass players that played in the band, Freddie Logan, started, or somebody to do with him and everybody, they started a club called Club 11, which was a modern jazz club. So John and I went down there, and in the meantime, the Macambo was heard about at Newtown, another one of these coffee shops where you didn't get grog, although it was surreptitiously sometimes taken in little flasks and added into coffee and stuff like that. I never did anything like that, and neither did John. Never. So we used to go and we used to jam at the Macambo like crazy, and songs became a priority. We knew we had to learn a lot of songs, and that started to happen. In the meantime, I learned a lot of old time music with my father's band, so I learned a lot of older time songs. And I got the occasional call from the union, Lynn Barrett, to do the odd gig, and John was my drummer. And so we'd go and do some gigs. And I'll tell you about a double booking that got us into a nice situation. But just prior to that, we started playing up at the El Rocco, jamming up there with Bernie McGann. And you heard a lot of Bernie on the TV screen today and film screen. And Bernie was one of our dearest friends. We met him at the Club 11, I'm pretty sure of that. And so we started playing together at the Macambo, and then jamming up at the El Rocco in King's Cross. And one thing led to another, and we said to Arthur James, can we have a night like Friday night? Because the other nights they had a TV screen. Now, it's inconceivable for a lot of people, some of them in the room here, but probably not all, a lot of you would understand that back in the late 50s, a TV in a coffee shop was a real thing to talk about. I mean, you went there to see TV because no one could afford one, least of all, no one in my circles. Sorry, Dad. Anyway, we got the night, and we used to play for a door take, but Arthur James, who was managing the place for his father, who owned the joint, he didn't like Bernie's playing. Well, that went well, didn't it? Bernie McGann, one of the true greats, John Pochée, one of the true greats, so are my dearest friends, and we grew up together and played together. So we had to get other saxophone players into the gig, and we did it. But we got a double booking out at a gig at Cronulla, where John was the drummer, and there was a guy called Alan Buckridge on tenor, nice player. And there was an older time trio out there. One of the guys was connected to the union, and he said, well, you're the young guys, you do the modern stuff and we'll do the old time. And I said, not in your life. I said, no, that's not fair. We'll play some of the older stuff as well. So we played a jazz waltz set, which is the slow waltz, and we played a barn dance and played all the da-da-da-da-da-da. And John could play all those things, all of those commercial gig things. And so Kel, the sax player in the older band, he said, I'm going to tell the union about you blokes. You can actually play all that stuff. And I said, yeah, well, you know. And we started getting casual gigs. And then I got a sort of a trio booking at the El Rocco. And in the meantime, John and I had come under the influence of bebop and black jazz, jazz messengers, Art Blakey. So I've got a list of his influences here, in case you haven't realised what it was all about. But his first influence, of course, was Joe Daniels and his Hot Shots. And we went from there to through the Dave Brubeck band. The early one was a guy called Joe Dodge. And very shortly after that, Joe Morello, who was an absolutely exquisite drummer, and he influenced John Pochée quite a lot. Then we got influenced, of course, by Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie. So in came Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, and Max Roach playing with Bird and Diz and all that stuff. Then Philly Joe Jones and Tony Williams with Miles Davis. And then a guy called Gene Stone, who was in a band called Claire Fisher's. Claire Fisher was the leader, the piano player, and he had an album called First Time Out. And they played a free-form song. And John and Bernie and I had been reading Downbeat and the tremendous controversy about Ornette Coleman and his free music. And of course, by now we were getting pretty ambitious and a lot of practice was done. I used to do up to 12 hours a day, admittedly interrupted with some fusty substances, as an English comedian used to call it. That's another story in the past. And so I started experimenting with poetry and jazz and free-form music up at the El Rocco very early. It was probably 1960 at the latest, I should think. Anyway, Bernie elsewhere, we played stuff, and Bernie was, but Bernie didn't want to do gigs, meaning commercial gigs, because he was really driven to play the saxophone, as you know, his own way, and became one of the true legends of Australian and originals of Australian jazz. And he became a postman. It's the truth. Oh, well, you know, I did a bit of real estate. Never mind. So then we got influenced by Elvin Jones and, of course, Billy Higgins. And John and I had vast rivalries about rugby league, because when he lived in Canterbury, or Ashfield, he was a Canterbury fan, and I was a South Sydney man from the earliest days. And then he was a bit of a St George fan, and then he was a South Sydney man. I think John went with the wind a bit about which team he supported in rugby league, and I had to cop it. I wasn't all that keen. It probably or possibly led to our the great motor club Stoush. Have any of you heard of that? The motor club Stoush? I was in the band at the motor club with John Pochée, Trevor, what was his name? John Battersby had the band, a trumpeter. So John was over in the back corner of the stage, like that, and I was over here surrounded by an organ, and an electric piano and a grand piano. And we'd come to the end of a gig, and there was some terrible thing happened between John and I don't remember what it was, but he shouted across and I shouted back, and the next minute John hurled his book of music at me, and it just missed me, you know. Well, he went out that door to the back thing that was behind the stage, and I went out that door, and out we went. And Barney Coombs, who was a very strong guy, was the comedian of the and head of the what do they call it? Master of Ceremonies, that was it. He met us in the middle of the back passage, and I'll have to put it's a bit hard to do this, but he lifted us off the ground like this. There's a reason for that. John was about 11 foot tall, and I was 3'7" or something. So that was the Stoush, you know, and he said, you guys have been friends for years. We can't have all that going on. So we went out back and the gig finished and blah, blah. So we'd obviously disappeared, and the band, all the guys came looking for us all over the motor club. They went from room to room looking to see who was killed. And they found John and I up in the upstairs piano bar, drinking bourbon and coke and pissing ourselves laughing. And they were all shocked to the core. I've never understood why. All right, so there we go. Johnny B and the Three and all that stuff. Yeah, so we did all the modernist things. One of the gigs at the El Rocco was a quartet we had with a guy called Vic Schreier, but unheard of, we got a bass player given to us, and his name was Dirty Dick Barnes. Now, Dirty Dick owned a red beard, red hair, and a bass. And that was about the limit of his talents as a musician, but I have to tell you that the luxurious rarity of having a bass in a band was unheard of. Everything was a saxophone, piano, drums. Almost every gig you ever did, it was maybe an alto, maybe a tenor, and you played Lily of Laguna and tunes like that. Wow, geez, fancy me remembering that. Anyway, somehow we, very early on, I'll backtrack a little bit, we found a milk bar down in Coogee by an American expatriate who ran the place, Bill Crescenzo, and he used to play records behind the bar, and they were all jazz, and they were West Coast jazz, and he had, I think it was Harold Land in the world, and the land of jazz probably, but the drummer was a guy called Frank Butler, and he played finger drums as a solo on one of the things, and of course Pochée was, and I was, and Bernie was. It was fantastic, and that was our one of our first introductions to modern jazz. And Bill Crescenzo got a piano in, so we used to jam there. Now we can catch up back to the El Rocco and blah blah. So John Pochée, I knew him for 67 years. It was a hard guy to have to ask how he was, because he invariably told you, and for the last 15 years, that could lead to quite a long phone call, and in between it'd be like, and you'd be waiting, and I solved that. I said, John, it's my turn now. I'm going to speak. So that was our scene, and I loved John to bits, and sorry to see him go, but he really was so unhealthy over the last maybe 15, 20 years, but every time you talk to him, he'd say he was dying. Well, he eventually got that right. Thank you.
And now with his tribute, I'd like to invite you, Mr. Dave McRae, to please come forward.
Thank you. John and I were more or less the same age, born in the same year. I'm just slightly older than him, I think. And I first met him in 1961 in Melbourne. I'd been living in Sydney for a year, trying to come to grips with the fact that I had no people skills and couldn't find any employment, etc., etc., etc. Very tough. And somebody had said, why don't you go down to Melbourne? I think they've got lots of gigs down there. Maybe they were just trying to get rid of me. It's possible. But anyhow, I get to Melbourne, went down. They told me you could hitchhike, which I did. 6 tons of Marmite and some cornflakes, I think it was, on the truck that I travelled in. Took about 20 hours. Finally got there and called up the one name I had, which was Roger Sellers, a Melbourne drummer. They were having a jam. He said, come round. And I went round, played the piano, and he said, look, I know this guy's got a band in Ackland Street at a club called Birdland. Unassuming little title, that, Birdland. And I know they're looking for a piano player. So that evening I went in And I played a couple of songs, and John said, yeah, that'll be fine. And the other guy left the following week. So I started the next week, and we started to play. And 3 or 4 songs in, he said, okay, we'll play a cha-cha. And I'm thinking, I wonder what a cha-cha is, you know. And coming from New Zealand, it's reasonably restricted and difficult to make a buck, hardly any gigs and not much nightlife. And we didn't really have many Italians or Greeks or other European nationalities. So he said, okay, can you play Summertime? I said, yeah. He said, okay, it goes chick, 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 Summertime, etc. I said, right, off we went, played Summertime, and that was solved. And several other Latino-type rhythms were introduced, all to Summertime, I might add, during that week. And but by week 2, I'd discovered the world of Latin music, you know, which was probably a good thing because this club ran for roughly 9 at night, more or less, till 3 in the morning, more or less, 7 nights a week, you know. And it's the first place I'd ever been where they served illicit grog in coffee cups and stuff like that. I later learned that some of this illicit grog was highly suspect in its nature, you know, nonetheless. Somehow or other we all survived, you know. But I owe him an enormous debt because he really showed me the way how to live the life to its fullest. I mean, I'd never realised you could stay up for 2 days and still go and play the gig that night, you know. And so on. We did, and the gig lasted for quite some time, and I learned lots about music, and we spent many, many hours together and became good friends. Rudy Van Egmond was the bass player. I think Rudy's still alive and living in Brisbane somewhere. And so I owe him heaps to introduce me to the ways of the good life, as it were, you know, and that was wonderful. We moved on to back to Sydney, and things started to roll. I picked up some gigs and stuff like that. Then I was fortunate to be asked to play on the tracks for Jazz Australia with John and Andy Brown and Bernie McGann, that historic kind of album. And that's the first time I think that Spirit Song was played, and Lazy Days, they were the 2 tunes we did. And from there, we were asked to go to Melbourne to open this club run by an American called Ali Sugarman. Also, he's a reasonably suspect character, but nonetheless, there's a club with a piano. So we did 4 nights a week, and struggled through the winter in Melbourne. Very rare to get a 4-night-a-week gig playing jazz. We were sort of primarily bebop based, and some nights there'd be the reasonable audience and reasonably crazy time. Other times, especially Thursday nights, there was maybe nobody. We did have nights with nobody, and then to cheer us up, Andy Brown would get the saxophone out and play Sweet Lorraine, and it was just so bad that everybody got back on the bandstand and continued to play, you know, anything but Andy playing Sweet Lorraine on the saxophone. Yeah, so many wonderful times in between that, you know, and absolute insanity also prevailed with because we were living together. And there was one time when our household had Rudy and John and myself and Lindsay Arnold, from a man from Tasmania, some of you may know. And Lindsay wrote this little kind of storyboard thing that when he sold to Channel 7 as a children's thing. And it was under the title of Gregory Gremlin. Ran 5 minutes on a Tuesday night around 5 o'clock. Our house was full of people, musicians on those particular Tuesdays, because it was sponsored by 4 and 20 Pies, and Lindsay would bring 2 great trays of pies home, and we'd all eat wonderfully well that time. Yeah, but 2 winters in Melbourne, and John and I didn't play much after the 1960s, really, because I was not in the country for some time. And but we did spend, during COVID, we did spend rather a couple of good afternoons knee-deep in a bottle of wonderful red wine and went through all the reminiscences and all that stuff. But John, I owe you big time. You were a rat bag, but I'll never forget the effect that you had on me and introducing me to the good life. That'll do it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And now with her tribute, I'd like to invite you, Sandy Evans, to please come forward.
Thank you, everybody who's spoken. I feel, I don't know how I can follow those absolutely beautiful tributes and memories. Shirley, I was so glad to hear you tell that story about Flight of the Bumblebee. It's one of the things I had down to say was that John, for me personally, played the fastest tempos that I have ever played, and he was really brilliant at those fast tempos, and now I know where it all started. And also, Dave, I'm so glad you mentioned his brushwork, because that was also on my list, that he was also a really beautiful ballad player and beautiful, so sensitive when he was playing, you know, in that particular way. And he introduced me to the good life too, Dave. Yes. Miro and I were speaking, you know, this week, and we said John was a creative visionary. And what he achieved, I'm going to mainly speak to you about 10-part invention. Thank you, Shirley, for asking me to do that. It's an incredible honour to be able to do that in this circumstance. So John had a vision for a band, and as I understand it, he was very taken with Thelonious Monk's 10-piece ensemble, and he wanted to have a band where you had all the spontaneity and interaction of a small group jazz, but you could also have a forum for jazz composers to, to create, as Shirley so beautifully said, lots of intersecting lines and colours and harmonies, so that this could be a platform for composers as well as for improvisers, and that the two could sort of, exist in a beautiful harmony with each other. So 10-Part Invention was formed in 1986. We had the opportunity to form because of at the time, the Adelaide Festival director, Anthony Steele, was looking for a project like this. And throughout the band's history, there have been people, Peter Rekniewski, Eric Myers, and of course Shirley herself, and Jane March, others who are here, Liz Bone. Many people have contributed, behind the scenes to make the band happen, and it certainly couldn't have happened otherwise. Having said that, John, of course, also he was an incredibly smart guy, and of course he could write very well, so he had all sorts of skills as well as being a great musician that allowed him to keep the band together. And he also had a lot of experience, as we've heard, in the club scene and in more commercial music settings, that he transferred in a way to the way that he ran 10-Part Invention. We still have these beautiful folders that we're using, where I think we'll have to put them in a lovely archive somewhere. So have these beautiful band folders with John's photo on the front, and all the charts, beautiful handwritten charts, a lot of them copied by Ken James. Those are quite lovely, the ones in my handwriting, less so. But this was, because we did so much of this music before computers, really, before there were charts, on Sibelius or whatever. So even in that regard, it's sort of an amazing achievement. So John had this vision. And the band, as John Shand wrote, he called it a Rolls-Royce of Australian jazz. And as you all know, Rolls-Royce drivers don't have any sense of humour. And of course, that John was like that. No, of course. He, along with his incredible musical skill, his generosity of spirit, his creative vision, his intellect, his musical passion, his spontaneity. Of course, he was incredibly humorous. As I was preparing to speak today, I was recollecting Roger Frampton's funeral, which many of you were probably at. And I mean, it's a funny thing to say, but John, I never laughed so much as at Roger's funeral. That was because of John delivering such a hilarious eulogy. Which brings me to Roger Frampton. So Roger was, really John's very close friend, and very, sort of creative muse in a way. They were soulmates, and they made each other laugh, and together they sort of made so much great music together, both as in 10 Part Invention and also in the engine room with Steve Elphick. Over many years they played, and they played with many guest artists as well. And they toured Russia, of course, and they made a fabulous album and won lots of awards. So then John must have probably thought to himself, okay, I think I need a pop star in the band. So they thought, Miroslav Bukovsky, he's out there playing with the Eurogliders. Let's get him. And no, that's not why they got Miro, of course. They got him because, he was one of the founding musical directors, and we're so happy that Miro is standing over there and is going to play, of course, continuing to play with 10 Part Invention. So Miro, beautiful composer and trumpet and flugelhorn player. So we've got the three of them. They're thinking, what else do we need? We need another pop star. Let's get Bob Birtles from Johnny O'Keefe. And so, of course, Bob was in the band. And Bernie, of course, as we've heard, was very, very, very close. John played in Bernie's trio for many, many, many years, along with Lloyd Swanton for much of that time, and then many other bass players afterwards. And then, so we're getting there. We've got a few members of the rhythm section. The band, The Last Straw, were hugely important, and that was John's first band, as I understand it, as a jazz band as a leader. And what a brilliant band. And of course, Ken James was in that band. So Ken was was invited to join 10 Part Invention, wonderful musician. And then, of course, a terrific, thoroughbred trumpet player, Warwick Alder, who's also, we're very fortunate to have here playing today. And then John thought, radio, okay, I need somebody, I probably need an electrician, somebody who could probably fix things if they go wrong. And maybe it wouldn't hurt if they were pretty shit-hot trombonist as well. So James Greening came to join the band. And then he thought, I know what's missing. We need another saxophone player. I think we need a sort of half-punk hippie chick. And hence, I joined. I was 25, and I was I was very green. Here I was playing with some of my teachers. I just got out of the conservatorium, like being let out of jail. No, just joking. There was Bob. He'd been my saxophone teacher. Roger had been one of my teachers. And then, this guy, Miroslav Bukovsky, how could anybody write such great music? And Bernie McGann's a legend and all of this. And somehow or other they went, yeah, okay, sure, well, let's have her. So it was life-changing for me. I can honestly say it's been one of the greatest blessings of my life to be in the band, and that's for all the musical reasons. It taught me to be a composer. It taught me so many things about playing, taught me so many things about how to be as a professional musician. And also, like, I just became a very, very, very good friends with John. And I'm so, so grateful for that, because he was such a generous and kind-hearted, intelligent, hardworking, passionate person who really created this forum in 10-Part Invention. So I won't speak too much more, because we have a lot of other things to do today. I'll just finish off by acknowledging that my life would be nothing like it is without the beautiful opportunities that John gave to me. And I know that so many other people who've both in 10-Part Invention, past, present, and people who've moved through the band feel exactly the same way. And John totally succeeded in his vision to create a platform for Australian improvisers and composers. And to me, personally, that was probably most evident when we played at the Chicago Jazz Festival. And, you know, you could see that what John had achieved with the band really was sort of fitted in this international arena. So I'll finish off with one story. You know, as I said, John was very funny, and one of his sort of close friends was Ken James. We were rehearsing with 10-Part Invention at the Dolphin Room, I think, at Bondi Pavilion. Craig Walters was there. Hi, Craig. Anyway, the story that as I remember it was, for some reason, I don't know why you and I were both there, Craig. You might be able to tell me later. But Craig went on with Dave Panicki, a wonderful tour with 10-Part Invention around Asia. And they may have been preparing for that. Anyway, Craig was apparently like looking through the drum book for some reason. And Ken's thinking to himself, why has he got the drum book? And he says, "Earth to Craig, earth to Craig." And John, this is his quick-wittedness, he immediately replies to Ken, "Ken, that's the first time you've had a turn at being earth." We love you, John. You'll be in our hearts forever. We're going to keep the music alive, and thank you, thank you. We're going to miss you like anything. Thanks for everything, John.
Well, thank you to all of those that have spoken so far today. You know, you all have your own memories of John, because you all shared different parts of his life, different bands in his life, different eras of his life. So I have some photos I'd like to share with you now, and Heather's going to come forward and sing for us. So I'd like to invite you, Heather, to come forward. We'd like to show some photos, and I'd like you just to take the opportunity just to let your mind go to wherever you were at times with John while Heather sings for us.
No complaints and no regrets. I still believe in chasing dreams and placing bets. And I learned that all you give is all you get. So you give it all you've got. I've had my share and drank it all, and even when I'm satisfied and hungry still, to what's down another road beyond the hill and do it all again. So here's to life and every joy it brings. Yes, here's to life, to dreamers and their dreams. Funny how time just flies, how love can go from warm hellos to sad goodbyes and leave you with the memories you'll memorize to keep your winters warm. And there's no yes in yesterday, and who knows what tomorrow brings or takes away. As long as I'm still in the game, I'm gonna play for laughs, for life, for love. So here's to life and every joy it brings. Yes, here's to life and dreamers and their dreams. May all your warmth and storms be weathered, and all that's good get better. Here's to life, here's to love, and here's to you. Storms be weathered, and all that's good get better. Here's to life, here's to love, and here's to you.
You know, this celebration of John's life, it's not been as goodbye. For you, it should be a thank you. A thank you to John for all those memories. A thank you for his love, for his laughter, for his friendship, for his music. But most importantly, it should be a thank you to John Pochée just for being himself. He leaves this world a far richer place than he found it. Now, I'm going to give you all the opportunity just to come around, walk past John and go back to your seats just to say goodbyes. I have some music to be played whilst we do that. So I invite the family to come forward first to say goodbyes and the rest to come up, walk around the casket and then just make your way back to your seats. Don't go anywhere because at the end, once the guest of honour has left the room, we have a an after party to be shared, as Shirley told me, an after party with 10-part Invention to play for you throughout the night. So, ladies and gentlemen, could I invite the family to come forward now to say your goodbyes. Ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we'll be taking our guest of honour from the room. You have been invited to stay here for the after party. The party Benson will be playing throughout the night. You'll be able to enjoy some jazz, enjoy the music, just as John would have wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you, Peter, to please come forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are in the room and are not standing, I'd ask you to now please be upstanding. As we leave today, and we leave the stage for the final time, it is time to put our hands together one more time as an encore for Mr. John Pochée.
We just. Good afternoon, everybody. This is where we get to the sort of more jazz part of the afternoon in terms of nobody's quite sure what happens now. Shirley, should we take a break? Would you like a break now, or shall we keep playing? Great. Thanks, Shirley. So thank you very much, everybody. We played Roger Frampton's composition and Zen Monk, which is #1 in the 10-part Invention book, so we thought that was appropriate. We're going to take a short break and let everybody get a drink. And James is just telling me something important. And the hot food, I can smell it, I'm getting hungry, will be served out near the terrace. And then 10-part Invention will come and play a couple more tunes after we take a little break. And then we'll, it would be fantastic after that if anybody would like to come and play, sing, have a jam session, share their memories of John. We want to make it a great celebration for John and exactly the kind of beautiful, fun send-off that we know he would love. So please enjoy yourselves, everyone.
two. Two, two. Two.
have been here and singing.
She must be having too good a time.
Yeah, she's doing so well in London. And she's teaching upstairs. She's been teaching now for the last 5 years. Have you heard some of her stuff, the recent stuff? It's good, isn't it? It's really
Testing. Hello. Testing. Calling 10 Bloody Matches. I can hear myself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play a couple more 10-part invention compositions. You're welcome to keep chatting and eating and drinking and enjoying yourselves. And then after we've played a couple of tunes, it would be fantastic if any of the wonderful musicians here would also like to come and play. We have the wonderful rhythm section of the fantastic Dave Goodman. And I wanted to mention Dave in my speech. There's, of course, I left out so many incredibly important things because we didn't have much time, but I think most of you know this, but John was absolutely thrilled that Dave took the drum chair in 10-part invention, and so are we. And it's great to have him here. And Dave has brought his kit and is happy to play with anyone who would like to play, or hand over to any other drummers who'd like to have a go after the 10-part invention tunes. And then the other person I wish to acknowledge and thank very, very deeply is Kevin Hunt. Kevin Hunt. He must be here somewhere. He's getting a drink. I'm so glad about that. I hope he can hear me. Kevin has stepped in today to play with us and to play that beautiful version of Every Time We Say Goodbye during the service. And we're really, really so grateful to Kevin for playing with us today. While I'm sort of filling in time on the microphone here, I also didn't get the chance to speak about the wonderful Paul McNamara, speaking of piano players. So I don't know if Paul is here. Paul was definitely planning to come. Paul, I'm talking about you. I'll share a story with you also. Paul, of course, played with 10-part invention for many, many years. After Roger Frampton sadly passed away. And we love Paul to bits. And Paul has moved on to other things in his life from 10-part invention. But by a rather beautiful coincidence, Paul and Sally came to stay with us, and it happened to be on the day that John passed away. So we were, we think John organised that we would have some company and that we would have the beautiful Paul McNamara. So we hope that Paul might come and play something later on. Then, of course, I'll stop when we're all here. Otherwise, I'll keep going. I also wanted to mention that in the very first version of the band, the bass player was the fantastic Hugh Fraser. And Hugh went overseas not long after the band formed, and Steve took over. And then we've had, of course, Steve in the band for a large part of the band's history, and very fortunate to have him with us today. We've had a number of other fantastic bass players, notably Steve Arie, who is here today, and Steve toured with us on our tour of the United States, and that was really brilliant. And then Carl Dunnicliffe, who was also here, has been with the band many times when Steve's been out on the road. Who are we waiting for? Warwick, we're waiting for you. Warwick Older. He might be out of earshot. And then I know that John and this beautiful man here, Dave Panicki, were very, very close friends. And Dave wrote a great chart for the band and did our did the legendary tour of Southeast Asia. I'm sure there's I wasn't on that tour, but I've heard the stories, and I'm sure there are a lot that I haven't heard. It's lovely to see you, Dave. And then in the band, so of course Bernie decided to leave the band after a certain time with the group to concentrate on small group playing, and we were very, very fortunate to get Andrew Robson, who is still with us, and we love Andrew, and we're just so grateful to have him playing with us. And then our other another new member we got was the fantastic Paul Cutland, who stepped in when Bob Birtles decided to also step away from playing in this type of a context. And Paul has just been an absolute legend with the band. And one thing that he's done has been to learn to play Roger Frampton's Sopranino. I don't know if he ended up bringing it. He threatened to bring it, but he's a gentleman, so he decided against it. And he, anyway, I can tell you Paul sounds incredible on it, and hopefully you'll hear him in the not too distant future. Then we're also very happy to welcome John Mackey, who made the trip all the way up from Canberra and is going back later today to Canberra. John's a phenomenal player, and he's playing. The book actually still says Ken James on it, but I can guarantee you'll be hearing John Mackey. I'd also like to acknowledge Matt Ottignon, who I know Matt was here, and Matt has done a lot of gigs with us, and hopefully will do many more in the future. So Matt, I know you and Aaron and John were all very close, and John loved the Space Cadets as well. So I think we're all here. I think I will stop talking.
Well done, Sandy.
Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking.
Just like to do a couple of thank yous. Terrifies me every time I do this because I always forget somebody. But I've all of this shit just doesn't happen overnight. I remember the call from Shirley going, "Oh, we gonna need some sound and streaming and video and then my first thought was to call the amazing Peter Nelson, and Peter just took this whole thing on board to think of the right people for all of the right jobs. And so seriously, Peter, thank you so much for everything that you've done. I particularly liked the message at 6:30 this morning, checking about the material that we're going to... Man, seriously, he's just been going non-stop trying to make this work amazingly. Last night around 8 p.m, because he realised my plan for the PA was totally absurd, he managed to get onto Bill Vickers at 8 p.m. last night, and Bill has sorted out this live sound situation and the miking for the feed. And I'm sure you can tell, even when you go down to the back of the room, you can hear everything. So, Bill, thank you so much for coming in and doing all of this. It's great, man. If everybody that wanted to be here was here, they'd be fucking out the road, you know what I mean, and down Anzac Parade. A lot of people are watching it on the stream, you know what I mean? And it's not a stream of, that's piss, darling. You remember that? Anyway, moving on. For the stream to work, you've got to have all these video cameras. You've got to have all the connections and the wisdom how to do it. And these guys from Johnston Street Jazz have been doing it for donkeys. So we'd like to thank Peter over here, for taking care of all the cameras. Yep. And we may have to talk about that ribbon microphone that you've been after. All right, fantastic. For that stream to get out to all of these people around the world and in the country, these guys knew about Alex over here, the lovely gentleman over here who's nobody's seen, and that's his job, but to make sure everybody sees what's going on from streemU. And so, Alex, thanks for taking care of that and making sure everybody got what they want. He's got his cans in, apparently. I think he's listening to you too. Possibly not. Anyway. World Cup. Alex, just thanking you. Cheers. Yeah, very good. Nice. Did I miss anybody? We'd like to thank Emily from the club here. They've been really, really helpful to make everything work. When Shirley said they wanted to bring John in through the bistro at a club, I went, oh, fuck, you're kidding me. So I insisted she send me the sheet of paper confirming that it actually was possible. You know what I mean? And then we'd like to thank Peter, and I've forgotten the name of the company, the funeral directors. Metcalf. Peter from Metcalf, and all of the other people. They've been absolutely beautiful in all of our dealings with them. So that's enough for me, but yeah, I'm sure you would agree with me that it's just been a delight so far and a real celebration of John and his character, you know, because it was potentially not going to work at all. And now it has, just like it always did on every gig. So here we go, 10-part invention. Or intervention, depending on how you want to think about it. Here we go. Or is it on the bum? Don't worry about it. He's all over it. All right. 14. Nice. Here we go.
Thank you, everybody. So that's a tune of mine called 42, which those of you familiar with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy will know is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything, which John is now discovering.
You reckon?
One thing I wanted to say in my speech was actually 10-part invention is just one big party. I remember John taking a tape from a rehearsal home once, and I think somebody was listening to it. I think it was Shirley, and she said, "All I can hear is people laughing." So, yeah. Well, we're going to get a little bit more serious now and play a ballad, which is going to feature Kevin, and it's also going to feature Paul Cutler. It's called Wind Over the Lake. Hello. Ah, wonderful. Paul Cutlan on the alto saxophone. Kevin Hunt on the piano. So we're just going to play one more song. Before we do, I just want to hand the mic to a couple of people in the band who I think might want to speak. Steve maybe would like to say something. And Miro or anyone else? Steve first. Did I mention Kevin Hunt?
I didn't think I'd get an opportunity, and maybe I question whether this little story about John and myself was even relevant, but it was certainly relevant to me at the time, back in the early 90s. And this was kind of about, I think, about Lloyd Swanton. Forgive me, Lloyd, but it was actually about me being stupid. In a time of my life, I was going through a bit of a crisis of confidence. And I came to John, and because I used to see John play with the Bernie McGann trio, and every, the beginning of a night, it would be like quiet, subdued, and very controlled. And John was playing, I think, why does he plays like that here? Why won't he play like that with me? I'd have a lot more of a chance of not struggling so much in a solo. But I didn't put it to him like that. It was more about me comparing my strengths and weaknesses with someone else's strengths and weaknesses. And I was concentrating on what I perceived as my weaknesses. So I said to John, you've been playing with such great bass players, particularly Lloyd and other people, and they're such great, strong players. And then you have to play with me. And his response was not, fuck off, don't be stupid. It was with care, and he said, Steve, I don't make comparisons. I really love the differences. And that gem of wisdom really helped me at that point in my life. So thank you to John. Yeah.
When I was in Canada...
All I'd like to say is that I've known John for about 50 years, going back to 71. In Eric Myers' band we played together. Is Eric here? Yes, he's here. And so we've been friends ever since. And I'm really grateful to John for actually giving me the opportunity to play with some of the best musicians in Australia, really. All of these guys.
Miro, you can't believe how grateful we are to John that we play with you. That's so beautiful. Would any other... Anyone else like to say? Anyone else like to say anything? Okay, so we're just going to play one more tune, and then we're really hoping that some other folk would love to come and play or share some stories or just have a good time. So we're going to finish off with a tune of Miro's. Would you like to introduce it, Miro?
Yeah. Well, I didn't have Aunt Helen. John told me he had an aunt called Helen. It wasn't my aunt. John's aunt.
That's a better title.
John's Aunt Helen.
Who still wasn't sure?
Well, there you go, Andrew.
Unleash the beast.
Oh, let's do this one.
You want to count it, Andrew?
Yes, it will be fine.
You want to unleash. You want to unleash. You count. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much, everybody. Warwick Alder, Miroslav Yukovsky, James Greening, Dave Goodman, Steve Elphick, John Muckey, Kevin Hunt, Sandy Evans, Andrew Robson, Paul Cutland, Tan Part Invention, John Pochée. We plan to keep playing this music. We already have a gig planned in John's honour next year, so you'll be hearing all about that. It'll be in March, and we're hoping that Paul might unleash Roger's sopranino at that one. We're all so much the richer for knowing John, and I will hand over now to others who'd like to share their memories and play some music in John's honour. So we'll just take a short break and we'll pack up and allow other people to come and play. Thanks, everyone.
It's going to stay with me now. Oh, so good. Thank you. Now we must hear Dave Bailey Quartet.
And I realise when you talked about those early gigs and all of them were without bass players, no wonder those instrument players came up playing bass line. They could
played stride.
They couldn't play the bass line.
He's a fantastic rag stride player.
Oh, hi everyone, how are you?
Where is he?
We're not going to have another 10-piece band come up, is it? Or is that the other band?
Maybe more. There's two more, actually.
Have faith in tomorrow. Forget about yesterday. All things are possible if we do not stray. He watches a sparrow. Us, you know, he sees. He loves us. He loves us as always. When we are down on bended knees. Faith in things that I hope for. The evidence of things not seen. It would make your pathway much brighter. Hey, it would turn your valley green. It would make you grow much stronger. And it would give your poor heart ease. He loves us. He loves us as always. When we are down on bended knees. When we are down on bended knees. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, well, I'm not what I ought to be, but I'm better than I used to be.